Let the house please be in order. Stand as we are led in prayer. The lady from Hines, Representative Clark, is going to introduce our guest minister for the day.
Good morning. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Today we will be honored with one of my ministers from my church, the church that all of you will be invited to if you are here another Sunday. The person who will be coming before us is our social justice minister, Shirley Harrington. We have with us also her daughter. At this time, I'd like to turn you over to Minister Harrington.
Good morning. As I wake this morning at 5 o'clock, was anybody else up? No, okay. Oh, okay. Acts chapter 1 came to my mind, and that was the Pentecostal gathering. And in that Pentecostal gathering, the word says in verse 15 that there were 120 assembled together. Doesn't that sound like you guys this morning? So we are going to take that as our inspiration for this prayer. And what I always say when I'm called on quite often to do funerals, and this is not a sad occasion, but I always say that this is the only time when everyone is required to be on one accord, voting together, acting like you believe in each other, because we only have one God. Amen? Let us pray. Almighty God, we come humbly before you, giving thanksgiving and praise. We come to say thank you for this 15th day of March in this year, 2022. We thank you for your steadfast love that sustains women, children, and men. We pray the hearts of these servant leaders will be stirred to complete the work of good for the people of this great state of Mississippi. Give them visions and action plans so that they can be called by their name for the benefits that they have created that will feed the hungry, that will supply the quality education, and help all people pursue peace and happiness. May the State House speak truth to healing with passed laws to bring resources to all communities. Give these elected officials compassion to stand boldly on laws of equal pay to all citizens of the state of Mississippi. Move us so that we can connect better, build coalitions of hope, develop exchanges of good thoughts that have lasting relationships. Lord, give us the networks of action for positive change that lift all segments of our communities. We're claiming all of this in your power, directing results that have restorative benefits that renew our spirits. And it is in the precious name of Jesus. And all of those that believe that there is one God who serves us all, I'd like you to say with me 3 times, amen, 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 and amen. Let's give the Lord a hand clap of praise, if you don't mind, in the state capitol, praising our only God.
Thank you. Let's salute the flag with place.
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If they'll let me be in it.
Yes. All right. We'll shift this way.
How's that? Good. Yes, ma'am. Great. Thank y'all for being here. Open machine, Madam Clerk. Close the machine, Madam Clerk.
There's a quorum present, Mr. Speaker.
We will have the reading of the journal. The gentleman from Rankin, I believe Representative Weathersby, moves we dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Report of select committees.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Report of standing committees.
We have reports on the calendar, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of bills and constitutional amendments. Gentleman from Marion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the introductions.
Their objection to this? Seeing none, we will follow that procedure. Resolutions, petitions, memorials, and other papers.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Introductions of guests and visitors. Gentleman from Noxubee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to change my vote on yesterday's calendar, Senate Bill 2159, from a nay to a yay.
Is there objection? Change the gentleman's vote. Gentleman from Tipa, Mr. Severson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, we have a special visitor joining us in the chamber this morning. On behalf of the entire Ways and Means Committee, please welcome the First Lady of Ways and Means, the lady from Tate, married to the gentleman from Tate.
Let's welcome her. She will be giving updates later today in Ways and Means on Larry the Possum, for those of you who are interested. Lady from Panola, Ms. Jackson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, if you would please help me make welcome Kristen Davis, a freshman at the University of Mississippi in the Trent Lott Policy Institute, who's interning. Thank you.
I don't see any others. We want to welcome our other guests who are with us in the galleries today. Welcome to your capital. It's good to have you here. I believe head page Noah Carpenter is going to introduce our pages for the week.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, spring break is finally here. So we have a lot of pages with us this week, so if you'll bear with me. First up, we have Aaron Adams from Terry, William Andrews from Purvis, Samuel Brandy from Fayette, Ethan Barrow from Maben, Christian Bates from Kiln, Jack Brown from Mathiston, Christopher Dawson from Jackson, Benton Donahue from Madison, Jacayla Dunlap from Greenville, James Dunlap from Greenville, Annabelle Eager from Tremont, Douglas Eager from Tremont, Lauren Fernstein from Bay St. Louis, Eli Formby from Picayune, Jacob Franklin from Ridgeland, Carolina Graham from Columbus, Kentrina Jones from Jackson, Carolina Legasky from Waverland, Alfred Love from DeKalb, Micah McClinton from Louisville, Texas, Brady Morse from Pinkerston, Clark Roberts from Madison, Caleb Robinson from Adamsville, Harper Scott from Madison, Jacob Scott from Madison, Caitlin Simmons from Brandon, Emma Sprinks from Cleveland, Tekevan Steele from DeKalb, Addison Tatum from Madison, Celeste Tatum from Madison, Lauren Tatum from Madison, Amber Thompson from Jackson, Seth Tubbs from Purvis, and Watson Williamson from Oxford. Please help me make them feel welcome.
We will go to the calendar. In conference appropriations. in-conference Ways and Means, in-conference General Bills, concurrence or non-concurrence? Any chairman have? Gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the conference concurrence, non-concurrence calendar, item, let's see. First on that would be item number 15, House Bill 1353. I'd like to go to that item, invite conference. Both ends are.
Chairman invites conference on that bill. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Okay, on the next item be 23. Could I recognize the gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Barton, to explain that one? Oh, if he's not there, we won't invite conference on it because it's, the numbers are not correct. So invite conference.
So your motion is to invite conference on item 23?
On number 23, Bill 660.
Gentleman's motion is to invite conference on that bill. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next item, gentlemen.
Next item be number 32. That'd be House Bill 1101. Invite conference on the trip optimizer. We need to resolve that problem.
Motion's to invite conference on it. House Bill 1101. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Go to next item, be 41, House Bill 1423, invite conference.
Chairman's motion is to invite conference. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Next item will be item 42, House Bill 1424, invite conference.
Motion's to invite conference. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next item, gentlemen.
Next item be 43, House Bill 1426, invite conference.
Motion's to invite conference. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Any further items, gentlemen? Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 46, House Bill 1487, I'd like to invite conference. And I have an introduction out of order.
Okay, we'll dispose of your, lady's motion is to invite conference on item 46, House Bill 1487. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the South Gallery, and I wish they would wave, I just met them in the elevator. Unlike a representative from Gulfport sometimes talks to people, I have talked to Robert and Ika from Virginia, and they are traveling the state of Mississippi. And as tourism chair, I wanted to thank them. They're having a great time, and they're going to leave here going to Vicksburg and then to Natchez, and we want to welcome them to our state.
Welcome. It's great to have you here. The lady from Lincoln will sing to you later our new proposed state song if y'all are interested too. Willing to do that. Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell, for what purpose?
Introduction out of order, Mr. Speaker.
You recognize.
Actually, I have two. First, we'll want to recognize the doctor of the day, Dr. Anthony Clay. He's a member of the Mississippi Association of Medical Association, so please make him feel welcome.
Welcome, Doc. Good to have you here. Gentlemen, I'm sorry, go ahead, gentlemen.
Second introduction, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome in the South Gallery members of the Capitol Convention Center Complex, the commissioners, Ms. Mavis James, Mr. Ricky Thigpen, and also our former colleague, Mr. Fred Banks, a former member of the House of Representatives, and the Supreme Court Justice Alan Walters, Dwayne O'Neill, and also Intendant Sherry Miller and Attorney Charlene Priester. Please help them make welcome.
Welcome to you all. Gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Zuber.
Introduction, Mr. Speaker.
You recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I would like for you to help me make welcome in the South Gallery Dr. Charles Kaplis with the Mississippi Podiatric Medical Association.
We will return to the calendar. I believe we're down to the rules calendar. Chairman here, does he wish to take up an item?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If there are no objections, I would like to take up on the rules calendar HR number 1, 2, and 3, HR number 66, HR number 67, and HR number 68 in a block.
Is there objection? I don't see any, gentlemen. You're recognized.
These are just resolutions. One is for Farm Bureau for their 100th anniversary. One is for the bicentennial for the city of Jackson, and the other is the Bulldog Varsity Cheer Squad commending resolutions.
Gentleman calls them up in block and moves that they be adopted. All in favor of these resolutions indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Resolutions are adopted. Anything further, gentlemen?
No, sir. Immediate release.
Gentlemen request immediate release. Is there objection? I don't see any. We'll proceed with that, gentlemen. We're down to appropriations calendar. Mr. Chairman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I'd like to have your attention. The Appropriations Committee, we're dealing with the second House action. This was based on our LBR. We are at LBR, which is $6,100,000,000. And in this package, we have included the state employees' health insurance of $9,246,000,000. Teacher pay raise of $219 million. And important, most of all, every one of these bills have a reverse repealer. So that is the one I want y'all to make sure there is a reverse repealer. However, we do have about 10 bills, special funds, small agencies, that we are going to work. And I want y'all to know that when we vote on these, they're gone. They're going to be concurred with, and they're going. These are non-controversial, small agencies. And at this time, I'm going to recognize the Vice Chairman, John from Montgomery, to explain the bills that he is going to work each one. And when we get through with that, then I'm coming back to the full calendar. And we'll discuss from there on. But at this time, I'd like to recognize the gentleman, Vice Chairman from Montgomery, to explain the next 9 bills. I get one myself.
Gentleman from Montgomery, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the first bill that we will take up, just like the chairman has alluded to, these bills originated in the Senate. They're just like our special fund agencies. I have met with those subcommittee chairmen. We have reached an agreement on what these special fund agencies will receive, and I'm bringing those to you again, as the chairman alluded to. This is final action on these bills, and I'm going to go through each one of these individually. These are Senate special fund bills without reverse repealers. Again, they will not go to conference. They'll pass straight through, and they've already been agreed upon by both the House and the Senate. And I'll begin with the Board of Chiropractic Examiners. If y'all will follow me, this House concurred with the Senate action prior to conference. They're at the LBR level of funding. The funding is at the 23 level, and then the agencies ran by the Executive Secretary.
Gentlemen, which bill you want to go?
I'm sorry.
You got it.
I'm sorry. That's House Bill. I'm sorry, Senate Bill 3030. Call it up.
Gentleman calls the bill up. Moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, we're on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This just, again, is at the LBR level of funding, and the agency is ran by the Executive Secretary that receives a salary on file by the board. That budget number comes in at $51,600. $672, and that's an explanation of the budget report. No questions, I move adoption.
Don't see any questions. The gentleman moves final adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you're in favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 116 yeas, 5 nays, bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, call up Senate Bill 3031. Make your usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the Board of Dental Examiners. The House adopted the following change to the LBR level of funding, an increase of $756, a health insurance increase, $17,858, salary progression increases for a total increase to the LBR level of funding of $18,614. And that's an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield for questions. If not, I move final passage.
Don't see any questions. Gentleman moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. I'm sorry, hold on, gentlemen. Is that a strike all?
Move to adopt strike all, yes, sir.
I don't see any questions on the strike all. Gentleman moves strike all. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Strike all is adopted. Nothing further on the bill, gentlemen?
No.
Moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you're in favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 112 yeas, 6 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 3033. Call it up, make your usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. I believe we got a strike all too, gentlemen.
Yes, sir. Adopt strike all.
Gentleman moves we adopt a strike all. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, on the bill, the House concurred with the Senate action prior to us going to conference. It's an increase of $1,304 in minimum RS fees. So it comes in at a total of $1,304 over LBR, and that's an explanation of the budget. If no questions, move final adoption.
I don't see any questions. Gentleman moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 114 yeas, 6 nays, bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Call up Senate Bill 3035 and make your usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt the strike all.
Gentleman moves to adopt the strike all. You want to go ahead and explain it, gentlemen, and we'll.
Yes, sir. This House adopted the following changes to the LBR level of funding. $216 health insurance increase, $4,146 in salary progression increases, and $38,345 contractual services increase for a total increase to the LBR level of funding of $42,707. And that's an explanation of the strike all.
Don't see any questions on the strike all. The gentleman moves adoption of the strike all. If you're in favor, say aye. If you're opposed, say nay. Strike all is adopted. Nothing further on the bill, gentlemen.
No, sir. Final passage.
Gentleman moves final passage. Senate Bill 3035. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you're in favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 116 yeas, 5 nays, bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to Senate Bill 3036. Call it up, make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The LBR is funded at $192,617 and is level of fund with the fiscal year 22 estimate. The agency is requesting level funding fiscal year 2023. And that's description of the strike-all amendment. I move it be adopted.
Gentleman moves we adopt strike-all amendment. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further, gentlemen?
No, sir. Move final adoption.
Don't see any questions. Gentleman moves final adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you're in favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 2 nays, bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Call up Senate Bill 3037. Make your usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on the bill, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House concurred with the Senate in this, and the salary progressions of an increase of $4,799 above LBR, and that's an explanation of the strike-all.
Gentleman moves adoption of the strike-all. If you're in favor of the strike-all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Nothing further on the bill.
Don't see any questions. Gentleman moves final passage of the bill. If you're, open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you're in favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 116 yeas, 5 nays, the bill passes. Gentleman from Pike, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction out of order.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, please help me welcome on behalf of the Pike County Southwest delegation in the North Gallery, Dr. Steve Bishop, who is president of Southwest Community College, and his son Arthur is visiting with us today.
Gentleman from Choctaw, Mr. Hood, for what purpose?
Introduction, Mr. Speaker.
You're recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, on behalf of the Webster County delegation in the North Gallery, we have Mayor of City of Eupora, Blake McMullen, and some of his youth council leaders. Could you please make them welcome?
We will go back to the calendar, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Call up Senate Bill 3039. Make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House and Senate adopt the following level of funding of $108 in health insurance increases, $2,828 to salary progression increases, and total increase to LBR level of funding of $2,936, and that's an explanation of the strike-all. Mr. Speaker, move adoption.
Question occurs on adoption of the strike-all. If you're in favor, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. If nothing further on the bill, gentlemen.
Final passage.
Gentleman moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 116 yeas, 5 nays, bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 3040. Call it up. Make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on the bill, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House concurred with the Senate for this action, and there's an increased fund of $7,262 funds for salary progressions and $808 for MMRS fees, for a total of $8,070 over LBR, and that's an explanation of the strike-all. No questions. I move passage.
Gentleman moves adoption of the strike-all. If you're in favor of the strike-all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Strike-all is adopted.
Final passage.
Gentleman moves final passage. Senate Bill 3040. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 115 yeas, 5 nays, bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 3041. Call it up. Make your usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on the bill, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House and Senate concurred, and there is an increase to the total over LBR of $12,895, and this is for salary progressions within the agency, and that's an explanation of the strike all. If no questions, I move adoption.
Gentleman moves adoption of the strike all. If you're in favor, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Strike all is adopted.
Final passage.
Don't see any questions. Gentleman moves final passage on Senate Bill 3041. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 116 yeas, 5 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Senate Bill 3042, Mr. Speaker, call it up and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered in gross read the third time and placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on the bill, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following items are total increase to the LBR level of funding, $1,512 in health insurance increase, $86,879 in SPBs, state personnel board minimums, $40,876 for one vacancy that is being funded, and $31,655 for salary progression increases, to a total increase of $160,922 above LBR level of funding. And that's an explanation of the strike all. If there are no questions, I move adoption.
Gentleman moves adoption of the strike all. If you're in favor of that, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Nothing further.
Final adoption.
Gentleman moves final adoption of the bill. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you're in favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 116 yeas, 5 nays, bill passes. The prayer's holding so far, Mr. Gentlemen. Everybody's voting. So don't mess it up now. Your subcommittee, your vice chairman's got it rolling. You're recognized, Mr. Chairman.
I appreciate the vote of confidence, Mr. Speaker. Look, let's go to, jump down on the calendar to item number 51. This is a special fund. It's Senate Bill 2023, the Board of Funeral Service. Recommend we adopt the strike all that comes in at $5,875 over LBR for a total of $302,871. And that's the explanation of the bills.
Gentleman moves adoption of the strike all. If you're in
Yes.
favor, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Any
Recommend
questions?
final passage.
Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Haney, for what purpose? He passes. I don't see any question. Gentleman moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you're in favor of the bill, indicate, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 112 yeas, 5 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
At this time, I'd like to recognize the gentlelady from MIT to handle the next item.
Lady from Amit, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House. I'm going to go to Senate Bill number 3055 and call it up and make the usual motion, Mr. Speaker.
Lady moves to item 58, Senate Bill 3055. She calls that bill up.
I have a strike all, Mr. Speaker, that I'd like to explain. And this is our deficit strike all, ladies and gentlemen of the House, and I'll go through it very briefly, section by section, as I normally do. Section 1 appropriates $1,068,068 of capital expense funds to pay for legal assistance, expert witness fees, court fees, judgments, and settlement agreements incurred by the Attorney General's Office for fiscal year 2022. Section 2 appropriates $1,300,000 of capital expense funds to pay for legal assistance, expert witness fees, court fees, judgments, and settlement agreements incurred by the Attorney General's Office for fiscal year extending through 2023. Section 3 appropriates $606,242 of capital expense funds to the Wireless Commission to defray expenses for system maintenance. Section 4 appropriates $15,000 of capital expense funds to the Joint Committee on Reapportionment to defray expenses for agency operations. Section 5 appropriates $103,113 of capital expense funds to the State Veterans Affairs Board to defray expenses for the ACA penalty. Section 6 appropriates $3,500,000 to the Office of Financial Aid to defray expenses for a summer grant program. Section 7 appropriates $466,786,240 to the Division of Medicaid to defray expenses for federal matching funds to the Medicaid Medical Services. Section 8 appropriates $8,046,958 to the Coronavirus Local Fiscal Recovery Fund to pay non-entitlement units in accordance with the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. And Section 9 is just from and after passage, Mr. Speaker. That explains the strike-all.
Y'all heard the lady's explanation of the strike-all. Let me go back, lady. I recognize you for usual motion, and then I didn't put it to a vote. So the lady made a usual motion and calls the bill up, move the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now she's explained the strike-all. I don't see any questions on the strike-all. The lady moves adoption of the strike-all. If you're in favor, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, lady?
No, Mr. Speaker.
She moves final adoption. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you're in favor of the bill, indicate by saying voting aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 114 yeas, 5 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Chairman.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is what I was speaking of when I first came up here. The rest of our appropriation bills are going to go to conference. They can't be taken up in a block. They all have reverse repealers, and I'm going to leave it up to the will of this House how you want to proceed.
Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just want to make sure, Mr. Chairman, that everybody understands. So these bills all have reverse repealers in them.
They all have reverse repealers. You are correct.
And the amount of money that will be spent in these agencies and in ARPA funds is going to be a fluid number because they'll all be in conference, and everything that we want to discuss, that we want, that we're asking for, request, is still alive and viable in these bills right now.
You are correct. We have not, nothing has been, that's why we're trying to get these on the calendar today. We want just none of these to die. We want them all to go to conference and have their day in the sunshine.
And so if we take them up individually, nothing will change except they're all going to conference.
It's going to be the same number at the end of the day, yes.
It won't change until we get to conference.
That is correct, sir.
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion at the proper time.
What would that motion be, gentlemen?
We move to take these bills up in a block.
Gentleman's motion is to take these bills up in a block. We will do that.
I've got the numbers here. Do you want me to read the numbers? So for the members, if we do this, it would be item number 5, 6, 10, 18 through 50.
5, 6, 10, 18 through 50. Somebody might still.
And 52 through 57.
Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, pro tempore. I'd like to ask to set aside, if I could, 2 bills. You normally ask if there's anything that wants to be set aside.
That's why I recognized you, lady. Which 2 bills?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker pro tempore. I'd like to set aside item 48, the Finance and Administration appropriation. And I would also like to set aside item 59, Senate Bill 3056, which is the appropriation for DEQ.
That number is not in this block.
I thought you said through 60, I'm sorry.
That'd be in the next group.
I just want to set aside then item 3045.
Okay, those two items aren't in this block. We'll deal with this block. The gentleman has moved that we adopt those in a block. The gentleman's explained to you what those,
One is.
Lady, you called, lady from Jones, you asked for Senate Bill 3045. The item number you referenced was not that number, but I want to be sure you're wanting to set aside Senate Bill 3045, correct?
Referencing what I had in the packet, item 48, but Senate Bill 3045.
It's item 29 on today's calendar, but we will set it aside.
Thank you.
Okay. Gentleman from Lawrence, Mr. Evans, for what purpose?
Question for the chair.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Chairman, I've heard you refer earlier that at least part of this funding is from the ARPA fund. Is that correct?
We will be dealing in another block. Those will be the ARPA bills.
Okay, these specifically are ARPA funds.
The ones we're talking now are appropriations, budgets, agencies. The ARCLA is not in this particular group, no.
Okay. Okay, which ones that you're dealing with include ARPA funds?
At this time, none.
Okay.
They'll be coming up, the gentleman, the vice chairman will be bringing that group up after after we resolve this issue.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Gentleman from Cpa, Mr. Holloway, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to make sure that, I see it's not in the block up there, but I wanted to make sure that item 32, Senate Bill number 3004, was not in the block. So we're going to take that up after this block. Am I correct?
No, it is in this block.
Okay, I'd like to set that one aside.
Okay.
We will set that one aside, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk's going to redo your board in a minute. It's not exactly right. Gentleman from Lafayette, Mr. Williamson.
Can you hear me? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What block are we looking at right now? What item numbers?
Okay, we're looking at the appropriation bills that are going to, the appropriation bills that are going to Congress. Item 5, item 6, item 10, 18 through 50, 52 through 57. And,
Okay.
and then there's been 2 that have been set aside.
Okay. I would like to set aside just a few of those because I believe the people's voice is heard more in here than there is in conference, so I've got to set them aside. Item 22, 26, 42.
Slowly, so the lady can get them.
Okay, I'll start again.
Okay.
Item 22, 26, 42, 49, and 50.
withdraw? That's what we just said, we don't know. Okay. You let me know if you figure that out. Hey.
I tried to make it.
She hadn't got it pulled out yet, 34 at this time. No, you'll need to make a motion on the floor. Sit down and just relax. You good?
They can't shoot. It's Clayton Henderson said they can't shoot you.
Step back.
Okay, I think we've got on the board, gentleman from Cpa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to withdraw the motion to have Senate Bill number 3004 set aside.
We're going to vote on this block we've got together now before these get away. I regret every mention in the prayer we had earlier today about everybody being in agreement. She's already got this keyed in, gentlemen, so we're going to go with this block like we've got.
We can vote on it.
All right, gentlemen, first we're going to adopt a strike all, I believe.
Yes, sir. That's
all
correct.
of these were strike all. If you're in favor of the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Strike all is adopted.
No question, final pass.
Yeah. Chairman moves final passage on a block vote on all of these items. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you're in favor of this group of bills, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 115 yeas, 5 nays, the bill's passed. Now we will go to that item 32, Mr. Chairman. It was.
Yeah, so we're going to go to each one. At this time, I recognize the vice chairman to call up the committee chairs to explain their bills.
Is this with regards to the ones that were set aside?
That's correct.
Okay.
Let me get him.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'll move to Senate Bill 3018, item number 22 on the calendar. Call it up. Make your usual motions.
It's taken Madam Clerk a moment to put all these bills back in the system that were removed, so it's going to take just a second. It's okay, gentlemen, I think we're ready. You're recognized. We're on item 22, Senate Bill 3018.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the appropriation for the Emergency Management Agency. Simply as the chairman alluded to, this bill.
You make the usual motion, gentlemen.
I'm sorry, call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on the bill, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is at LBR level of funding with a reverse repealer in it, just like all of the rest of the bills that we just took up in a block, and that's an explanation of the strike all, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlemen, explain the strike all and now moves adoption of the strike all. If you're in favor, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. Strike all passes. We're on the strike all. Anything further? Gentleman moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you're in favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 115 yeas, 4 nays, bill passes.
Mr. Speaker, call up Senate Bill 3052, item number 26. Make the usual motion.
While we are waiting on Madam Clerk, well, it's up there. Gentleman from Representative Lancaster, you've had your button pushed a while, I'm sorry.
Introduction out of order.
You're recognized. You're recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like for you to help me welcome the pastor of Parkway Baptist Church in Houston, Mississippi, my good friend, Brother Randy Reinhardt. He's accompanied by Senator Ben Suber. Please don't hold that against him.
Welcome. Good to have you with us, sir. Mr. Chairman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the appropriation for the Secretary of State's office, just like every other bill that we took up in this block. This is at LBR level of funding with a reverse repealer. This will go to conference. That's an explanation of the strike all, Mr. Speaker.
This gentleman has made the usual motion. He calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're now on the bill. Gentleman has urged adoption of the strike all with his explanation. If you're in favor of the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further, gentlemen?
Final passage.
Gentleman moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Mr. Chairman, I think we're going to recess for lunch at this time, and we'll pick up here when we come back. Recognize the gentleman from Oktibbeha for the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move this House be in recess until 1 o'clock.
Gentlemen, moves the House stand in recess to 1 o'clock. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The House is in recess till 1 p.m.
item on the concurrence, non-concurrence calendar he wanted to go to. We're going to flip back to that. I believe it's item number 3. He wanted to concur. Gentleman Jones, what purpose you seek recognition?
Are we on the concurrence, non-concurrence calendar?
Well, yes, sir. We went back to it. Sure did.
I would like to invite conference on item number 12. It's House Bill 1068.
Motion is to invite conference. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. All right, motion passes. Gentleman from Itawamba, Mr. Bell, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up that bill and move for concurrence.
House Bill 1388, item number 3. Motion is to concur. You care to explain?
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the workforce bill that we've worked on multiple years. The Senate did make some minor changes, just technical changes that we agree with, and I move final passage.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the motion, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 109, 10 yeas, 0 nays. Motion to concur passes. Gentleman from Monroe, Mr. Brown, what purpose? You seek recognition.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. Have permission to go to the concurrence, non-concurrence calendar?
Yes, sir. We're on that calendar.
On item number 14, House Bill number 1323, would like to move to invite conference.
Motion is to invite conference. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Any other chairman have an item on concurrence? Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 47, HB 1214, I move to concur.
Motion is to concur. Care to explain?
Yes, sir. The Senate, they basically just stripped out the eminent domain part of the pipeline law, which we're good with, so we're just going to concur.
All right, question? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the motion to concur on House Bill 1214. If you favor the motion, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 112 yeas and 3 nays, motion passes. Any other chairman have an item? Yes, sir. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 19, House Bill 424, and a motion that we concur.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this was the compact, and there, as you know, compact has to have specific language. We had a few words that were not the correct for the compact, so the Senate made very technical changes just to comply with making sure that it was like all the other compacts. So that's all the changes does on House Bill 424.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Motion is to concur. If you favor the motion, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 120, yeas, 0 nays, motion passes. You have an item, sir? Jim Montgomery. Oh, okay. We're just on the concurrence, non-concurrence. Any other chairman have an item on concurrence, non-concurrent? I don't see any. Jim Montgomery has an item he wishes to take up on the appropriations calendar. All right, we will move forward then to the appropriations calendar. Jim Montgomery, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'll go back to the calendar where we left off before our recess. Go to item number 24, Senate Bill 3049. Call it up, make use your motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is Gulf Coast Restoration Fund to the Mississippi Development Authority. This is an LBR with a reverse repealer, just like the rest of the bills that we were taking up before we recessed. And if there are no questions, I move the strike all be adopted.
Question? I don't see any. In favor of the strike, all indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Any questions on the bill?
Final passage.
I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 3049. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. Vote 113 yeas and 5 nays. Bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 29, Senate Bill 3045. Call it up, make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is Appropriation Finance, Department of Finance Administration. It is at LBR level of funding with the reverse repealer, and I move adoption of the strike off.
Questions on the strike off? Lady from Jones.
Speaker.
We didn't hear what you said to say, lady. I'm sorry.
Oh, I have an amendment at the proper time.
Oh, okay. Now's the proper time, lady. You recognize, lady, for your amendment.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is amendment to the Department of Finance and Administration bill. And what this amendment does is very simple. On yesterday, during the debate that we had, I did express some concerns about $500 million being taken out of the capital expense fund to be set aside as a precaution if we should have an economic downturn, if we should have the tax cut. Well, as you all know, you make your capital project requests, and those requests are coming out of the capital expense fund. So what my amendment does, it just simply says that every member of the Mississippi House of Representatives and every member of the Mississippi State Senate shall be given $2,500,000 for the use by the member in his or her discretion to fund projects in the member's district. And this will cost $430 million. Now, this is a good thing for most of the members here, because most of you have never gotten $2,500,000 to spend on projects at your discretion in your district. The other thing that the amendment does, because we know that all politics is local, and the individual municipalities and the counties have been asking us for more and more monies to address what they know is critical.
Members indicating they cannot hear, please hold your conversations to a minimum. Thank you. You may continue, lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Critical infrastructure and other needs that they have. So what we did was to say to the appropriators that we want to give the same amount to our cities and our other municipalities the same amount of money that the federal government gave them through the ARPA fund. And what that will do, because I like to give you the complete picture, I'm going to come with another amendment that's going to escalate water and sewer. But what this will do is this will give your cities in particular the ability to be able to fix the things that they would not have been able to fix because they would not have had enough money to do that. Now, the Lieutenant Governor said that these ARPA funds is an opportunity for us that we will probably never have again. So you would have in this amendment $2.5 million that you can spend on projects in your district. You will also escalate the amount of dollars that's going to your local governments. And when I looked to see where the mayor of Starkville, she put it very succinctly. His name is Mayor Lynn Spurl. And he said that we had so much money down here that it would make more sense for us, with all of the needs of the local governments, to send the money.
Excuse me, lady, time has expired on the lady's amendment. I recognize the chairman to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just asked the House to oppose the amendment. Let's move this on through, get it back into conference, and let's move on from there. Thank you.
Recognize the author to close on her amendment.
Well, you know, the gentleman did not say that there was anything inappropriate about the amendment, so I thank him for that. You have an opportunity. This only takes a majority, this only takes really a voice vote. You have the opportunity to say, I want $2,500,000 so you can get that backhoe that you've been talking about, that your people need, that you can send some money back to fix that terrible street downtown there that needs fixing, that you could put $100,000 in your local library if you wanted to. You could, all of the projects that you've had interest in doing, you won't be able to do them all. But you would be able to do $2.5 million. And I'd like for those of you to raise your hand that took back home $2.5 million in special projects last year.
That's not appropriate, lady.
That's not, I'm sorry, Speaker. That is not appropriate. And I ask the forgiveness of the House. Search your conscience. Search your conscience. And if within your conscience you know that you took less than $2.5 million back, this is your amendment. Also, for the American Rescue Plan dollars for water, wastewater, that your local people will be able to solve some of all of these problems that they have with the assistance of the monies that we're going to put in for infrastructure in this amendment. This is a no-lose situation for you, ladies and gentlemen. You'll be breaking ground this year, and when you qualify next year, you'll be walking around showing the people, this is what I brought you. This is what I did for you. This is what we made happen for you in the Mississippi legislature. $2.5 million for everybody. Senators, House members. And I had somebody say to me, well, the Gulf Coast still gonna get a lot of money. Well, they got a lot of members. So they just gonna get a lot of money. But you know who's gonna get some money, gentlemen, from Hickory Flat? You gonna get some money. The gentleman from Tipper, you gonna get some money. Lady from Lincoln, you gonna get some money. And it's gonna be $2.5 million. So I would ask that you would adopt the amendment.
All right, question now occurs on amendment to the strike all. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. Noes have it, noes have it. Roll call is demanded. I don't know, is a roll call demanded or not? Okay. We'll do it this time. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the amendment, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 39 yeas, 77 nays, the amendment fails. Anything further on the strike off?
Adopt strike off.
Questions on the strike off? I don't see any. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
Final adoption.
I don't see anything further. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 3045. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 115 yeas and 4 nays, the bill passes. Gentlemen, we need to advance on the calendar to the Ways and Means calendar. Chairman's got appointment he needs to attend to, so we're going to go to the Ways and Means calendar now. We'll come back to appropriations. Chairman's recognized.
Check your phone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We would go to the Ways and Means calendar. Item 1, Senate Bill 2159. Call that bill up, make the usual motion.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Chairman's recognized.
This is the bill, as we explained to the committee. This is the Senate's version of the MFLEX bill. It has that does have a strike all amendment in it, Mr. Speaker, as well, but it contains a reverse repealer. The Senate sent this bill over that does not really would not be compatible in a non-income tax environment. That's the topic of the session. But we still need to keep this bill alive. So in the event when we hopefully reach a final agreement on income tax, we can have this bill alive to make any revisions that are necessary to the bill in conference. Again, I'm not opposed to MFLEX, but it's a little bit of uncertainty with the income tax and how all that's going to, the final agreement that'll be reached there. And so we need to keep it alive for that purpose. That's an explanation of the bill.
Question. I don't see any. If you favor the strike, all indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2159. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 115 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Next item is item 2, Senate Bill 3150. Would call that bill up and make the usual motion.
The gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
This bill is a bill that we had passed a few years ago. Some of the Hinds County delegations will remember when we passed what is essentially a revenue bond a couple years ago for the assistance of building a parking garage in proximity to the Westin Hotel and the federal courthouse in downtown Jackson. This is the same vehicle, the same code sections. It's proposed this year to do the same, to add additional bonding to this request, to do the same for a parking garage that will be built in the Fondren area. Again, this bill comes to us from the Senate. A little reminder about how this program works. It is essentially a revenue bond paid back with revenue from the project, and Hinds County has pledged their homestead monies as collateral, so there is virtually no risk to the state with these bonds, and that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on this bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 3150. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 112 yeas, 7 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
The next item is item 3, Senate Bill 3153. Would call that bill up.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
This is just a general bond bill, a general obligation bond bill that the Senate sent over. It's the one we took up. It's Senate Bill 3153. We have done a strike all in committee and inserted the House bond bill language as it relates to IHL, community colleges, and other state agencies. It does contain a reverse repealer. That's an explanation, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. If you favor the strike, all indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Further questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 3153. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 113 yeas and 8 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Next item is item 4, Senate Bill 3163. Would request that we call that bill up.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a strike all amendment in committee. This bill was the rail line bill. We had a similar bill, a similar House bill. This is a tax credit for short line railroads. But the bill was amended in committee to add a couple of different things. We changed the $8 million in credits to 10. The committee also added a $500,000 annual tax credit for employers who recruit and support blood donation services for their employees. It would be $20 per employee who signs up for that, up to a maximum annual credit of $500,000. In addition to that, the strike all contains our CPA bill, is what I call the bill that came to us from the CPA Association earlier this year. There was I'll just say a bit of a snafu. When we passed that bill that went to the governor, it became law, but then it actually did not become law because it was superseded by the marijuana bill that passed earlier this session. And so this CPA bill, which passed almost unanimously, just cleans up some language in the as far as deductions goes for income tax filing purposes related to CARES Act and ARPA funds and any other federal grants related to the coronavirus pandemic. So that explains the strike all.
Right, I see an amendment by the gentleman from Tallahatchie. He'll be recognized. The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of this amendment, it's one purpose. It's to help the state attract a solar project or projects, and it would require a $100 million investment of the person or entity that would do it, and it is would allow us to be competitive with Arkansas and our neighboring states. If we don't give this incentive, then it's up to the locals whether you give it or not. It won't happen, and this would give us a chance to get a project or projects that would generate a lot of good for our people. $100 million investment would be required. It would be up to the locals as to whether they want to offer the incentives provided. Mr. Speaker, that concludes the amendment.
Recognize the chairman to respond.
There's no objection to the amendment.
Recognize the author to close. All right, in favor of the amendment indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Anything further? I don't see
Nothing
any.
further, Mr. Speaker.
You favor the strike all indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
Final
I
passage.
don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 3163. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 119 yeas and 0 nays. The bill passes.
Ways and Means yields the floor.
Ways and Means yields the floor. We will return to the appropriations calendar. While the Chairman comes, I have an introduction I would like to make. Ladies and gentlemen, many of you have been privileged to go on the Council of State Governments meetings. Many of you have gone to Southern Legislative Conference meetings. For those of you who've been around a while, you recall that Colleen Cousineau was our Executive Director for the SLC. Many of you know she retired after 39 years, I guess. She has been replaced by the new Executive Director, Miss Lindsay Gray. We're privileged to have her in the South Gallery. Please give her a round of applause. So those of you who attend the SLC conference will see her, and please be sure to introduce yourself to her. Glad to have you today. All right, we'll return to the appropriation calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Go to item 32, Senate Bill 3004. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the appropriations for Alcorn State Agricultural Research. This is at LBR and has a reverse repealer in it, and that's an explanation of the strike all. I'm sorry, of the bill. If there are no questions, I move final adoption.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 3004. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 111 yeas and 6 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Go to item 42, Senate Bill 3043. Call it up, make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is Department of Audit. It is the LBR and has a reverse repealer, and that's an explanation of the strike all.
Questions on the strike all?
Move adoption.
I don't see any. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Questions on the bill?
Final passage.
I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 3043. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 121 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Item 49, Senate Bill 3019. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is appropriation for the military department. It is the LBR and has a reverse repealer, and that's an explanation of the strike all.
Question.
Move adoption.
I don't see any. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Questions on the bill?
Final passage.
I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 3019. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 121 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 50, Senate Bill 3020. Call it up, make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is appropriations for the Veterans Affairs Board. It comes in at LBR with the reverse repealer, and that's an explanation of the strike all.
Questions on the strike all?
Move adoption.
I don't see any. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 3020. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 118 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Next item.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, as we move now through the appropriation calendar, we're coming to the ARPA-related bills. These two, just like the bills that we just took care of, also have reverse repealers in them. There's the actual amount that will be going into these is going to conference, and then we'll move from there. They're no different than the bills we just completed. And if there's no objection, if there's Mr. Speaker, we could take these up in a block. We could
Okay, well, identify which ones we're talking about, gentlemen.
Items number 1 through 4, 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Anyone wish to have items 1 through 4 set aside? Okay, I don't see anybody there.
Then we have items 59 through 64.
Anyone have an item 59 through 64 they wish to have set aside? Lady from Jones?
Speaker, I'd like to ask to have item number 59, Senate Bill number 3056 set aside.
Okay. Anyone else? All right, I don't see any. We'll take, excuse me, Jim from Harrison, Mr. Felser, you got one?
No, sir, but items 65 through 67 are also ARPA bills. I just want to make sure they're not being overlooked.
Yes, sir. You're exactly right.
Absolutely.
59 through 67.
Yes, sir. We would like to skip item 65, add 66 and 67 to that list, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. We're going to take them all up in a block.
Yes, sir. Not 65. Not 65.
Not 65. We're skipping 65. We're skipping 59 and 65, right? Anyone
sir.
else? I don't see any other. All right. We'll take the rest of them up in a block. I'm sorry, sir, I can't hear you.
Do you want to go ahead and take that block vote up now? Is that? Okay.
Madam Clerk indicates you got some amendments on some of those that are in the block. Is it just reverse repealers or what?
Those are all reverse repealers, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Anyone object to adding an amendment reverse repealer to any of those bills? I don't see any. We'll just add them by unanimous agreement. Reverse repealers will.
Yes, sir. If we could add a reverse repealer to these bills with unanimous consent.
We're going to do that. How about that? All right. So what I got, ladies and gentlemen, we're taking items 1 through 4 up in a block, and items 59 through, items 60 through 67, except for item 65.
That is correct.
Anybody object to doing any of that? All right, I don't see any objection. That's what we're going to do. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, like I said earlier, these are all ARPA-related bills. They have reverse repealers in it, and they will be going to conference. That's an
Any
explanation.
questions? I guess we need to call them all up. Gentleman calls all these bills up, moves that the rules be suspended, bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. All these bills are before the House. Any questions on any of these bills? Gentleman from Lawrence, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Speaker. Gentlemen, yield.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I don't mean to be repetitive for you, but I want to make sure that I understand.
Absolutely.
This is all ARPA funding, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, ARPA being the American Rescue Plan Act, it was passed by Congress last year, federal Congress, obviously. These are federal monies. Okay. Approximately $1.5 billion was appropriated to Mississippi to spend essentially as we wish. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And we're spending the money. When we say ARPA funds, we're talking about the funds that came from the federal Congress that there was not one single Republican vote for that bill, either in the U.S. Senate or U.S. House of Representatives, were there?
If you say so, I don't serve there. I don't know.
Well, you wouldn't argue with me, would you?
Not arguing.
And you actually know that what I said is true, don't you?
I don't serve there.
Okay. I just want to make sure, and these are probably one-time monies, right?
That's yet to be determined.
Probably one-time monies. Okay. I just wanted to make sure we all know where this money came from and who's in it. Thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the block vote, indicate by voting aye. If you're opposed, voting nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By about 114 yeas and 4 nays, the bills pass. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Go to item 59, Senate Bill 3056. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up. Motion to rules be suspended. Bill considered and engrossed read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the appropriation for additional appropriation to environmental quality, Mississippi water and wastewater infrastructure. It is related to the ARPA funds, and that's an explanation of the bill.
Questions? Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment at the proper time.
All right, now's the time, lady. Madam Clerk, it tells me we have a committee amendment we need to adopt first. All in favor say aye. Opposed nay. Ayes have it. You're recognized now, lady. While we wait on the lady, I have one additional introduction. I see that Lindsay has been joined by Cody Allen, who's a policy analyst with SLC in the South Gallery. Please make him feel welcome as well. Ladies recognized for her amendment.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this amendment is on the ARPA monies for wastewater, sewer, and rural water associations and drinking water. Now, Mississippi has a problem with water. A little more than 13% of our citizens, some 382,368 people, believe it or not, are not connected to public water. I know that's probably unbelievable. You probably didn't know that, but that is true. And so we've been blessed to receive, through the federal pandemic, American Rescue Plan dollars. And one of the things that the Congress identified was that they saw that all over the country that you had 100-plus-year-old wastewater and water infrastructure. So that was one of the things that they identified immediately that we needed to address. Now, Mississippi is a poor state, and this is a historic moment that we have. As a matter of fact, it's a once-in-a-lifetime moment with the influx of capital. The gentleman from Lawrence told you that the monies came from the federal government. We're not going to get any more money. We know that, because we all know what's going to happen in November. And the spigot is going to be turned off. So we need to make good decisions here about this money. Commissioner Brandon Presley from northern Mississippi said that this was a no-brainer, that water was a basic building block of any community. One reason that he spoke about that was because up there in his area, there is a community called Faulkner in Benton and Tipper County. They say they're on wells. Many of these wells were dug decades ago. They're not deep enough to tap into for good, steady water. The pressures are low. The people can't shower. They can't wash their clothes at some times. And digging these deeper wells would cost these homeowners, tens of thousands of dollars. They went on to say that after a bad storm, the Barkley family They turned on their kitchen tap and there was no water. They were without water for 1 whole month, during which time her children contracted a stomach virus, and the family had to bring water in buckets to wash clothes at her mom's house nearby. And she said that they would be without water if they had to dig a new well, but her husband jerry-rigged, she said, a way to get the pump working again. And so Mississippi does have a serious problem, and it's a water problem. And so what we want to do is what Commissioner Brandon Presley said needed to be done. He said that on the state level, we should allocate the money, and that really we should resist, being tricked by some of these people that are coming in here telling us that we should spend the money another way. Even the Lieutenant Governor talked about the need for opera dollars to be used for wastewater and for drinking water. Again, the mayor of Starkville said that the state's got more money than it knows what to do with, and he thinks that it's up to the municipalities and the counties to help them with those decisions. We know that water is life.
Ladies, time has expired.
Thank you.
Recognize the chairman to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, lady. And I appreciate, I live in rural Mississippi, so I appreciate her wanting to push money into the rural water associations. The House plan does just that. When we get to conference, we have money that we have set aside just primarily for rural water association. There is no need for this amendment. I would ask that you oppose it as we move forward. Thank you.
Recognize the lady to close on her amendment.
We thank the gentleman, and we thank the committee. And I just want to say to the House that I've been in conversation with some of the leadership, and they've indicated that they have billions of dollars of requests, billions of dollars of requests from your people. Some through you, some directly from mayors and supervisors. What this amendment does is that it will escalate and put more money, more ARPA money, the money that the federal government identified that water, sewer, drinking water, that those were priorities for the ARPA funds. That's what this amendment does. It prioritizes those programs. Now again, I wish that I could have offered the other amendment with this amendment together, because that would have given you a whole picture of what we were trying to do. We were trying to send monies to the cities so that it will accompany these dollars and that you could have completed projects. The Lieutenant Governor said the one thing we didn't want to do in these local areas was to have folks doing just what they could do with the amount of money that they were getting. That we want to make sure that we have completed projects. Now, we can't help everybody. We don't have enough money to help everybody. We've been told that we got $8 billion worth of requests. We don't have that much money. But this would be a start. And so I would ask the House to adopt this amendment and let it move through the process. And hopefully the Senate will want to put even more money into the wastewater and the water programs. Thank you.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Question occurs on Amendment 2. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it, the noes have it. There's insufficient number. Amendment fails. Anything further? All right, questions? Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 3056. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 121 yeas, 0 nays. Bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to item number 65, Senate Bill 3062. Call it up.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I need to first table the committee amendment that we had there. That's my motion to table.
All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it.
And now I have an amendment to offer.
You are recognized for your amendment.
Sure. Mr. Speaker, all that amendment does is add a reverse repealer to it and changes the date.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. What else you got?
Mr. Speaker, this is just the DFA bill, and it is at LBR with, again, with the reverse repealer.
Questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 3062. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 118 yeas and 4 nays. The bill passes. What's next?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One last item, item 48, Senate Bill 3029. Call it up, make the usual motions.
Which number?
3029.
No. Which item?
Item number 48.
48. All right. Item 48, supposed to have been put in the block. Madam Clerk, sleep on the job down here. She didn't get it in the block. Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules to be suspended. Bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you can see, this is the appropriation for the Tennessee Tom Bigby Waterway Development Authority. And it comes in at LBR with a reverse repealer, and that's an explanation of the strike all. I move adoption.
I don't see any questions. You favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Questions on the bill?
Final passage.
I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 3029. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 118 yeas and 3 nays. Bill passes. What else you got?
Appropriation yields the floor.
Appropriation yields the floor. Ways and Means has done their bills. That brings us to local and private.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 1. Call up House Bill 1533. Make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1533 is for the city of Bahia. It's an extension of a repealer on a 2% hotel motel tax. That is an explanation of the bill. We extended the repealer 4 years.
Question? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1533. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 107 yeas and 7 nays. The bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 2. Call up House Bill 1534. Make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules to be suspended. Bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1534 is Sunflower County. It allows the Board of Supervisors there to contribute funds not to exceed $40,000 annually to the Sunflower County Ministry Alliance Counseling Service, and it does have a 4-year repealer. That's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs House Bill 1534. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 111 yeas and 6 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 3, call up House Bill 1535. Make the usual motion.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed. Read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1535 allows the Board of Supervisors of Sunflower County to contribute funds not to exceed $18,000 annually out of any available funds to the Delta Advantage Center. And it has a 4-year repealer.
Question? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1535. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 109 yeas, 7 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 4, call up House Bill 1536. Make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is also for the Sunflower County. It allows the Board of Supervisors to contribute an amount not to exceed $25,000 annually to the Fannie Lou Hamer Cancer Foundation. It has a 4-year repealer.
Question? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs House Bill 1536. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 108 yeas, 7 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 5, call up House Bill 1674. Make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is for the city of Raleigh. It would be a new tax of 2% on food and beverage. It is for the purposes of tourism, parks, and recreation. It is a new tax, so it requires an election, 60%, and it has a 4-year repealer.
Question? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1674. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 107 yeas, 8 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 6, call up House Bill 1694. Make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1694 is for the city of Gulfport. It gives the city the authority to partner with the Coast Transit Authority on projects. Many times, the Coast Transit Authority has access to federal funds for highway projects in the city. This allows the city to partner with them and come up with some matching funds. That's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs House Bill 1694. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 117 yeas and 3 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Go to item number 7, call up House Bill 1565. Make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1565 is the enabling legislation for the Jackson Convention and Visitors Bureau, and the only thing here we're doing here is extending the repealer by 4 years.
Question? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1565. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 110 yeas, 9 nays. The bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 8. Call up House Bill 1671. Make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. You got a committee sub, gentlemen. You want it?
Yes, please.
Gentlemen, moves committee substitute be adopted for consideration with the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1671 is the enabling legislation for Jackson County to be part of the Gulf Coast Regional Tourism and Convention Bureau, Visitors Bureau. This legislation allows them to donate money to that tourism group for Harrison County, Hancock County, and Jackson County. We made a couple of minor changes in it. We added a period. There's always been within the enabling legislation language that allows any particular county to get out at some point, and we've added some language to what I call a cooling off period. If a board in their discretion decides that they're going to get out, they have to give the Tourism Commission 120-day notice before they get out. And but that's an explanation of Bill's 4-year repealer adding.
Question? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1671. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 110 yeas, 7 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Next item, I'd like to go to item number 9, call up House Bill 1735, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1735 is for the city of Oxford. What this would allow them to do is provide a water service to the Pumpkin Water Association, which is located approximately 8 miles outside the city limits. Under current law, the city can go outside their limits because they have a water system, sewer system within the city. They can automatically go out 1 mile, but to go out 8 miles, they have to go through the Public Service Commission. They don't have the authority to even ask without us giving them that permission. So all this does, it gives them the ability to go out 8 miles if the Public Service Commission will create for them a certificate of public convenience and necessity. They'll still have to go through the hearing process and all that. So it doesn't change anything about the process. All it does is allows them to go, instead of 5 miles out, it allows them to go, well, they can go 1 mile out without asking permission. They can go 5 miles out if they ask permission. But this gives them the ability to go 8 miles out by asking the Public Service Commission. And that's an explanation of the bill.
Question? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on House Bill 1735. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
I'd like to go to item number 10, call up House Bill 1740, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1740 is a new tax for the city of Fulton, Mississippi. It is a tax of 3% on food and beverage. It requires an election, 60%. They can't impose the tax till that happens, and we have a 4-year repealer. That's an explanation of the bill.
Question. Gentleman Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. Would the chairman yield?
Certainly.
I think all these are good bills. Are there some local and privates that had an increase on tax that didn't get passed? I mean, is there any particular reason some get passed and some don't?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, all right. Okay, all right, thank you.
We can talk about that. I think I know what you're talking about. But
all right, thank you.
It's the difference in a tax and a fee. I think that's.
So we're not passing any fees?
No.
Okay, all right.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs House Bill 1740. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 107 yeas and 6 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's go to item number 11, call up Senate Bill 3000, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This particular bill, it would allow the Board of Supervisors of Warren County to contribute to several organizations in the Warren County area: Central Mississippi Prevention Services, Vicksburg Family Development Services, Triumph Ministries, Women's Restoration Shelter, the Good Shepherd, and We Care Services Incorporated. And those are contributions they would be allowed to make, and this is for this year only. There is no after this year. This is it.
Question? I don't see any. Okay. If you favor the strike, all indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it.
I apologize. The strike all has a reverse repealer in it.
I don't see any question. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 3000. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 110 yeas and 8 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 12, Senate Bill 3065. Make the usual motion.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and engrossed read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
We have a strike all.
You're recognized.
Okay, the strike all is a reverse repealer that's been added to this. The bill allows the Board of Supervisors of Jackson County to contribute annually an amount not to exceed $5,000 to the Friends of Arts, Culture, and Education in Jackson County. And it does have a 4-year repealer.
Questions on the strike all?
Strike all.
I don't see any. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 3065. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 110 yeas, 7 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
I'd like to go to item number 13, call up Senate Bill 3066. Make the usual motion.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered and engrossed read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Chairman's recognized.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have a strike all.
You recognize and present the strike.
Okay, this would allow the Board of Supervisors of Jackson County to contribute an amount not to exceed $5,000 to the Junior Auxiliary of Pascagoula Moss Point, and we've added a reverse repealer. And that's an explanation.
Questions? Lady from DeSoto, Ms. McRae. It passes. All right, I don't see any questions. If you favor the strike, all indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Any further questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 3066. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 112 yeas, 7 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 14, call up Senate Bill 3067. Make the usual motion.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and engrossed read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Chairman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have a strike all.
You recognize and present the strike.
Okay, this is for the city of Meridian, and what this does, their retirement system for their Meridian Police, Fire, Disability, and Relief Fund, this would allow them to increase that fund at their discretion by up to 2% per year. In the resolution that they sent us, their retirement system doesn't normally provide for a cost of living increase, and they would like to do that. And we have added a reverse repealer to the bill, and that's an explanation, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the strike all? I don't see any. If you favor the strike, all indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Any questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 3067. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 113 yeas and 4 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 15, call up Senate Bill 3068. Make the usual motion.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered and engrossed read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr.
You
Speaker.
recognize.
We have a strike off.
You recognize to present the strike.
Okay, this Senate Bill 3068 is for the city of Vicksburg, and it would allow them to contribute in an amount not to exceed $1,375 to the American Legion Boys State Program. This is just a single-year request, and we have added a reverse repealer to the bill.
Question? I don't see any. If you favor the strike, all indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 3068. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 112 yeas, 6 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Go to item number 16, call up Senate Bill 3069. Make the usual motion.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
We have a strike off.
You recognize. Present the strike off.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 3069 authorizes the Board of Supervisors of Marshall County to contribute an aggregate for this year alone. For this year alone, an aggregate amount of not to exceed $7,500 to the North Mississippi Research and Training Development Food Pantry, the Hearts and Hands Food Pantry, the Hearn Grove Church Food Pantry, the Mount Zion Food Pantry, the Care Now Food Pantry, and the Davis Temple Church of God Food Pantry. So it would be an aggregate of a total of $7,500 that they could divide between those various food pantries. And we have added a reverse repealer to this bill also.
Questions? I don't see any. If you favor the strike, all indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 3069. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 110 yeas and 5 nays, the bill passes.
Local private yield.
Yields the floor. According to my calculations, ladies and gentlemen, we have done everything on the calendar. Is there anything that we have missed? Any chairman have an item that we did not get? All right. I don't see any. Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Weathersby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an item I'd like to invite conference on.
Okay, which item is that?
It's item 45, House Bill 1343.
Item 45. Motion is to invite conference. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Lady from Madison, Ms. Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like an introduction out of order, please.
You're recognized.
May I ask you to turn your attention to the North Gallery to introduce my friends to you, Owen and Macy, and Leah and Eric Williamson. They're in my life group class at church, and I think they actually live in Brandon, if I'm not mistaken, but I'm trying to get them to Madison. So please help me make them feel welcome.
All right, are there any other items? I don't see any. Now, excuse me, Jennifer Prentice, you decide you have one?
Yes, sir. I'd like to recognize one of our guests in the gallery, please, sir.
Oh, okay, introduction. Yeah.
Introduction out of order. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, for today we have visiting with us Mr. Jimmy Stevens from Lee County. Hard-working young man, works with the youth real hard.
Announcements, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'll have page pictures immediately after adjournment.
Announcements, Madam Clerk.
Local and private will meet 5 minutes after adjournment in room 103.
Didn't they do enough today already? All right. All right, announcements by the members. I don't see any. All right, recognize the gentleman from Octavia Hall.
Mr. Speaker, I move this House be adjourned until 10 a.m. in the morning.
Motion adjourned at 10 a.m. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. House adjourned at 10 a.m.